building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. A big night and a great venue, the Parc des Princes here in the French capital, Paris. My name is Derek Ray, and ready with his tactics board to provide all the analysis is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Paris Saint-Germain facing Manchester City.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
And the PSG team looks like this. Gianluigi Donnarumma begins in goal. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Fabian plays alongside Vitor Ferreira in central midfield. And the responsibility of leading the line today goes to Ousmane Dembélé. And here's the Manchester City lineup. Ederson begins in goal. Joško Gvardiol starts alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. Mateo Kovacic starts alongside Ilkay Gundogan in central midfield. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. Omar Marmoush. City finding space on the flank. And it might be. Oh, he's done it. But hang on. Offside is the verdict here. It's not going to stand.
Well, you can tell he thought he was onside here, but the assistant, I think, got it absolutely right.
PSG looking dangerous. Fabian. Well, nothing productive, really. And the spotlight certainly on Ousmane Dembélé, who can change any game with one kick of the ball. Stuart, what do you anticipate seeing from him?
Well, he's so dangerous from outside the box, particularly when he strikes it with power. He just has great technique.
Takes the shot. And what a close shave it was. Fabian. Dembélé on the ball. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Oh, that's a fine-looking pass. Excellent passing. Vitor Ferreira. Hakimi. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Mateus Nunes. Marmoush. Electing to shoot. Oh, strong hand on the ball. Take it away. De Bruyne. City moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? And a body in the way. Brilliant piece of skill. And a chance to whip it in here. And that is defending of the highest order. De Bruyne. It might be on for them. Plenty of support here. Dembélé. Just the challenge that was required. opportunity to deliver the cross. And a long way out. Body in the way. Kevin De Bruyne. Oh, managing to beat him. He knew he had to make the tackle, and did. A real struggle to contain him. Still pushing for the goal that would put them ahead, but not forcing it. Minge. An attack full of promise. Being egged on by the crowd. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Oh, that's splendid play. As though there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending. And so the half-time whistle is good. So the two teams have switched around, and the second half is underway. Mateo Kovacic. And it's Ruben Dias. Jeremy Doku. De Bruyne now. Doku. Trying his luck. And a fantastic diving save. Put in by De Bruyne. And it goes down as a missed opportunity from there. Fabian. Now, who can he play it to? Dembele. There's eyes for goal. And a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Dembele tasked with taking the corner. Well, desperately close to going in that time. Jeremy Doku. Well, he's got a few things right in this first half, but not everything.
It certainly wasn't his best half of football. He was slightly off the pace, and he gave the ball away.
He can't hold on to it. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Ferreira. What to like about that pass? Attacking possibilities for PSG. Oh, chance perhaps. Brilliantly blocked. Breaking at pace. He's in behind. Off the post and back in play. Well, no damage done.
Well, City and I can't believe they're not leading here, but they're certainly creating one or two chances now.
Well, having been denied by the woodwork, well, the focus is on keeping the opposition at bay. He's blocked it! Omar Marmoush. De Bruyne. Oh, that's a really good run. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. And the pass, a good one. play it in. Promising position, this. Takes it on. And a goal! 1-0 it is. They've been pushing for the opener, and now they have it. Mateo Kovacic. Ruben Dias. Here's Kovacic. Now. Nunes. Superb effort to keep it in. Mateus Nunes. City pushing forward with options available. The goalkeeper got to it. And De Bruyne firing it over and clearing his lines. Mensch. Vitor Ferreira. Good looking sequence, this. Well, they keep working away, looking for passing lanes. Oh, and the flag goes up.
Well, he needs to be more aware there. He didn't work hard enough to stay onside.
Just 10 minutes remaining here. Nunes. Chasing this game, Manchester City, with time running out. Ferreira. Dembele on the ball. Hakimi. Ferreira. No way through. Another goal from this corner would in all likelihood secure victory. Terrific piece of anticipation. Nunes. De Bruyne now. Really a very poor ball. Can he find the right pass? And just losing control of the ball, and it will be a throw-in. Fruitful looking attack. Dembele. Oh, managing to beat him. Well, all doing their bit to keep them out. And that is all for this game. A game to whet the appetite. A match certain to entertain and enthrall. But the big question is, who has the qualities necessary to succeed? There is so much on the line. The action is next on EA TV. Good evening, everyone. Plenty of reasons to expect a compelling contest tonight here on the French capital, Paris. We're at the Parc des Princes. I'm Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and alongside me at the microphone is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. Stuart, what are you expecting?
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
And now they get the ball rolling. And the PSG team looks like this. Gianluigi Donnarumma is the keeper. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Fabian plays alongside Vitor Ferreira in central midfield. And the lead striker is Ousmane Dembélé. And this is the initial 11 for the visitors today. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Alessandro Bastoni plays alongside Benjamin Pavard in central defence. Henrik Mkhitaryan starts alongside Nicolo Barella in the centre of midfield. And leading the attack today, Lautaro Martinez plays alongside Marcus Thuram. Barella. Now with Mkhitaryan. Oh, he's through here. Well, the break looked promising, but the danger has been averted. Now, what can Paris Saint-Germain do from this position? Well, it came to nothing in the end. Federico Di Marco. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Marquinhos. Dembele on the ball. Lovely ball over the top. And defensive play to be applauded. Thuram. Shown inside. Dembele. Short hand on that one. Martinez. That's a good ball. Henrik Mkhitaryan. That's a foul, and it will be a potentially dangerous free kick. Can they stop it going in? In it goes, at the second time of asking, but the goalkeeper won't be proud of that moment. And back underway, 1-0 it is. Hakimi. Ferreira. And PSG pushing forward with options available. Mendes. Nice looking pass. Managed to get it out of there. Marcus Thuram. And given acres of space to attack here. A fine reading of the situation. Good use of advantage in favour of PSG. And the challenge apparently was timed perfectly. That's the referee's view. And no luck keeping possession. Now, who can he pick out? And taken short. And whipped into the box. And the danger is still there. Thuram. And it's with Dumfries. Martinez. And take it away. Dembele. Thuram. Well, PSG have it back now. And support available. Oh, a brilliantly timed tackle when it really mattered. Well, the play just breaking down a bit here. Oh, moving it nicely. Great opportunity. And it's a goal for Paris Saint-Germain to square this game. Dumfries. It's with Acerbi. Çalhanoğlu. Barella has it. Marcus Thuram. But attacking possibilities. Martinez. And an astute piece of defending. Crucial piece of defending. Can they forge ahead from this corner kick? Let's see. Keen to take it short here. Pivotal moment defensively. And green space galore for PSG. But they dealt with the threat posed. Mkhitaryan. Now with Hakimi. And that is that. So here we go, the start of the second half at the home of PSG, the Parc des Princes. Dumfries. Mkhitaryan. Barella. Still level here, but the pressure escalating. He has teammates around him. Oh, surely. And the keeper really reacted brilliantly.
Well, from that sort of range, it's a great save, I have to say.
Goes towards that far post. That's away completely. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. Did well to win the ball back. Dumfries. It has gone over the touchline for what will be a throw-in. Barella. Determined defending. That's a good-looking ball. Dembele. Hakimi. And a very good challenge. Thuram. Trying to really get at the opposition here. Dembele. And return to Dembele. Can they produce something? Oh, a tremendous block. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far. Chance here, and a goal! That's his race! They just can't keep him quiet! Di Marco. Barella. Good movement. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Advantage is with PSG. An attack full of promise. And a chance here. Hakimi! Well, the last touch came off the defender, so a corner now. Well, the defender deserves a bit of credit, to be fair.
Yeah, I think you have to give credit to the defending there. Just enough pressure to put him off at that vital moment.
And the challenge halts them in their tracks. And he has options available. That is a tackle and a half. Good visualisation and execution. Martinez! Goalkeeping of the highest order.
Well, he's got to be pleased with that save. It's absolutely magnificent.
Martinez, and winning it back. Now, counter-attacking possibilities here. Oh, this is looking promising. And he couldn't worry the keeper with that effort. Pavard. 20 minutes to go. Now, what can they do from here? Dumfries. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Wonderfully weighted pass. Fabian! Oh, how about that for a tackle? Might be a chance to break. Well, a disappointing end to that break. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. It's opening up for them. Will he finish? And in the back of the net for PSG. That lead extended to 2 now. Pavard. Pavard. Thuram. Magnificent defending. Did really well to get through. Mkhitaryan. Now, who can he pick out? Could reduce the deficit. Full marks to the keeper.
Well, what a reaction from the goalkeeper. Such a good save in the end.
Crucial intervention just then amid impending danger. Not finished yet. Not quite yet. Still excitement left in the game. Hakimi. Vitor Pereira. And Fabian. 5 minutes to go.
Well, just listen to this atmosphere. It's been such a tight game, but the fans are certainly doing their bit and trying to get them over the finish line.
Hakimi. This could finish it. But no, the chance goes a-begging. Goodness gracious me.
Well, you just wonder, will that come back to haunt them? He has to do better there.
Thuram. Giving it their all in search of an equaliser. Mkhitaryan. Timely intervention. It's a weighted pass. Well, he's dicing with trouble here, having already been booked. It will be a Paris Saint-Germain free kick. And that is full time. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Good evening, everyone. Plenty of reasons to expect a compelling contest tonight here in the French capital, Paris. We're at the Parc des Princes. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, and my partner, ready to bring you all the analysis and technical talk, is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Paris Saint-Germain, and they take on Real Madrid.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And here is the initial 11 for Paris Saint-Germain. Gianluigi Donnarumma begins in goal. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Fabian plays alongside Vitor Ferreira in central midfield. And the responsibility of great opportunity. Nicely blocked. Might be able to set up the chance. Offside it is, but he needed sharp eyes to make that decision.
Well, it's fine margins, isn't it? But in the end, he just went too early.
Oh, he's gone for goal. Well, closed down straight away. Fabian. Well, they keep working away, looking for an opening. Nicely timed tackle. Federico Valverde. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. And teammates around him. And offside all the way. Chouameni. And ball back with PSG now. Dembele. And Fabian. Vitor Ferreira. Interception to snuff out the danger. Space for Real out wide. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Bellingham. Here's Mbappe. Long way out this. Oh, off the post. Still alive. Well, they can keep possession now.
Well, Real could easily be leading now. They're certainly looking threatening. You just sense a goal is coming here.
Dembele. This looks promising. Dembele. He takes aim. And the keeper there to deal with it. And the corner played over by Dembele. Valverde. Federico Valverde is with Vinicius Junior. Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. Lovely ball over the top. Lucas Vazquez. Now with Bellingham. Perfect tackle. Pereira. Marquinhos. Now PSG moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Hakimi. Ferreira. Fabian. Good patient build-up as they try to fashion something. Well, I think a classic commentator's curse just then. Couldn't make the ideal pass. Kylian Mbappe. And a goal it is! But offside is the verdict.
Well, it's a good finish, but he was just offside. Great decision by the assistant.
Fabian. Dembele. Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in the future? Hakimi. And here's Fabian. Not high-quality defending. Mbappe. Vitor Ferreira. Oh, surely. And a goal! 1-0 it is. They've been pushing for the opener, and now they have it. Aurelien Tchouameni. Federico Valverde. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. A chance then. They get the ball rolling again. Paris Saint-Germain with the advantage, but no room for complacency. Hakimi. Ferreira. Dembele on the ball. And he read it well defensively. Lucas Vazquez. And now Rodrigo. What can Real do from this position? Bellingham. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. He has teammates around him. Valverde. And Valverde. Chance to play it in. Oh, breezing past him. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Vitor Ferreira. And Bellingham. And defensive play to be applauded. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, Derek, after a slow start when he was tightly marked, he got better and better as the first half went on, and he got his reward with that goal. I'm looking forward to his second half display.
Vinicius Junior. Well, tremendous block. Corner kick then to Real. What can they do from this situation? Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Hakimi. Now with Hakimi. Crossing possibilities. Well, no way through. Real in a good position out wide. They could level it. And it's in! Beyond the goalkeeper. Real Madrid are level. Fabian. Minge. In a a position from which they could potentially do a bit of damage here. Pereira. And Fabian. Well, moving the ball impressively here. The cross is on. An attack full of promise. Fabian. Real chance. Well, such a high degree of difficulty, not quite in the end.
Well, how good was that? It's such a difficult piece of skill, which he made look so easy. That deserved a goal.
Nuno Mendes. Well, they're keeping their opponents moving and guessing. Dembele. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Just 15 minutes remaining. Well, perhaps they can counter from here. Dembele. Fabian. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. And level it is in the closing moments. Can Real Madrid change that? Well, good hands there from the keeper. Hakimi. Well read to win possession back. Lucas Vazquez. Mbappe. Now with Bellingham. And the cross into the middle. And he did what he had to do defensively. Able to block it. 5 minutes to go. What can they do from here? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Now can they counter clinically? And quick thinking defensively.
Well, this is going to be a frantic finish, and the PSG fans have certainly played their part. There's probably one more big chance coming their way, but can they take it?
The move looks promising. A goal here surely would finish it. Fabian. On to Dembele. It needs an accurate cross. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. And there's the referee. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Well, it really should be a night of football to look forward to here at the home of Manchester City. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting next to me with his tactics charts at the ready is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It is Manchester City against Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
Introducing the starting players for Manchester City. Ederson stands between the posts. Joško Gvardiol starts alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. Ilkay Gundogan plays with Mateo Kovacic in the centre of midfield. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. And the PSG team looks like this. Gianluigi Donnarumma stands between the posts. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Vitor Ferreira starts with Fabian in the centre of midfield. And the lead striker is Ousmane Dembélé. De Bruyne. Given away by Ilkay Gundogan. Attacking possibilities for PSG. Fabian. Oh, from miles out, he's done it! How about that for a pure strike? Terrific technique! Wondrous! Gundogan. Gvardiol. Here's Kovacic. De Bruyne. Gundogan. Doku. And space to cross it. Well, they could run onto it here. And Manchester City moving the ball with purpose. He must finish! Surely! Well, off the post and behind for the goal kick.
Well, he strikes it nicely and it's a good effort, but in the end, not quite good enough.
Hakimi. We've had a pair of car keys handed in at reception.
Nuno Mendes.
A pair of car keys and a wallet. If those are your items, please collect them after the game. Thank you.
Interception to snuff out the danger. Mateo Kovacic. Teammates available. Vitor Ferreira. Firing it in. That is how to keep it out of the net. Mateo Kovacic. Nunes. Well, that's splendid play. Determined defending.
Well, you do sense that City will get this equaliser at some point, but at the moment they're still trailing, and that's mainly due to a brilliant stop by the goalkeeper.
Top class defending. Bruyne has support. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Good looking ball, there could be a chance now. Really good build-up, but no end product. Omar Marmoush. Could be dangerous. Well, a goal for City from the corner would really change the complexion of this game. And efficient defending. Well, not the end result he had in mind.
Well, we know he can hit them from that sort of range, but that was a poor effort in the end.
Vitor Ferreira. Well, making considerable progress with the ball. Dembele. And return to Dembele. So the half. Well, back in business here as we reflect on what was a joyous performance in the first half from PSG. Vitor Ferreira. Here's Marquinhos. Ferreira. Now with Hakimi. Vitor Ferreira. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Might be onto something with that ball. Firing it towards goal. Ferreira. Speculative effort here. Well, the keeper wanted to take it cleanly and did. Well, he prevented it from going over the line. Hakimi. An effective challenge. City finding space on the flank. Dangerous ball. Oh, moment of pure class! Had to catch it perfectly, and didn't he just? So back in action, City still behind, but this game very much a contest. Dembele. Here's Marquinhos. Vitor Ferreira. And PSG pushing forward with options available. Keeping the ball moving. Oh, good strike! Determined block. And pushed away to safety. Mateo Kovacic.
Well, a 2-goal deficit, and that would probably have been it. But that save by Edison has just given them a glimmer of hope here.
Well, maybe a chance for them now to relieve the pressure by stringing a few passes together. Can they create something? Oh, a smart stop. Dembele. Outdoing his opponent. But a good piece of tidying up. Oh, maybe room here for the counter-attack. Kevin De Bruyne couldn't keep the ball. Dembele on the ball. Still ahead by a goal and moving the ball with purpose.
Well, these City fans are demanding more from their team. They need to find a goal from somewhere.
Intercepting it intelligently. Hakimi. Fabian. Minge. Fluency of movement. Dembele. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Wilting under the pressure, and now they try to go forward. Vitor Pereira.
Well, this game is far from over. They'll probably get one more big chance before the end. The crowd certainly think so. Just listen to that noise.
Against Manchester City, but still they could hit back. It's still alive. And a goal to level it up late on here. Just look at the reaction. Marquinhos. And Fabian. Hakimi. Vitor Pereira. Football from Paris Saint-Germain. They know a goal at this late stage might be decisive. Fabian. Pereira. Could be threatening. A chance to whip it in. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Marmoush. Stanley Porter ahead. Oh, a goal! Can you believe what we're watching? And full time it is. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been... Well, just the sort of weather the fans were hoping for this evening. It's absolutely ideal. My name is Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and sitting next to me, ready to give you all the analysis, is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League Match Day 1. Stuart, what are you expecting?
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And this is how the hosts will begin the game today. Jan Sommer is the goalkeeper. Benjamin Pavard plays with Francesco Acerbi in central defence. Nicolo Barella plays with Henrik Mkhitaryan in the centre of midfield. And leading the attack today, Lautaro Martinez plays alongside Marcus Thuram. Very timely interception. Barella. Introducing the Paris Saint-Germain starters. Gianluigi Donnarumma is the keeper. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Fabian plays alongside Vitor Pereira in central midfield. And the lead striker is Ousmane Dembélé. Fabian. Oh, what a perfect ball now. How about this? Denied by the bar. Back in play here. And I think the threat has been averted. Well, if you're charged with the task of keeping tabs on Lautaro Martinez, you'd better do your job diligently. What do you expect to see from him today?
Well, what more can I say? He's just a top-class finisher. Composed, technically brilliant and determined.
Spot on with that tackle. Dumfries. The ball with Martinez. Credit to them for winning back possession. Hakimi. Long way out. Well, he was miles out, but still had the audacity to go for goal.
Yeah, as you said, a long way out, but what a good strike that was. He hit it so cleanly.
Teammates available. Dembele. Oh, danger here. They had to react, and did. Dumfries. Fine cross into the middle. Can he finish here? In it goes! The goal for 1-0, and that changes the dynamic. Vitor Pereira. Now with Hakimi. Pereira. It's with Çalhanoğlu. Dumfries. Thuram. Martinez! Nicely blocked. They won't complain about having won the corner, and maybe an opportunity to increase their advantage. Half-hearted clearance. Pavard. Now with Thuram. Well, unable to bend his run. Offside. Dembele. Here's Fabian. Might be able to set up the chance. And effectively parried away by the keeper. Well, this could really help the cause. Can they square the game? He must finish. Oh, he saved it well. Fired over by Ousmane Dembele. Good bit of defending. Martinez. Mkhitaryan. Turan. Has a go! Strong hand on that one. Very quick thinking there. Superb looking pass. Marcus Thuram. Very effective pass. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Nuno Mendes. Nicely timed tackle. Now can they hit them on the counter? Well, they promised much on the break, but ultimately delivered little. Well, space for PSG in the wide position. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Trying to open them up. There it is! 2 to the good now, and that gives them a buffer. So back underway with the scoreline standing at 2-0. Fabian. Just 1 minute of stoppage time, say the officials. It's a fierce effort. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Short corner favoured. Electing to cross into the centre. And the whistle is... So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Dumfries. Barella. It's with Calhanoglu. Barella. Now with Martinez. Dumfries. Now Mkhitaryan, he's in with a chance. The pressure was high, and they could be in here. And a goal! Wonderful stuff as they accelerate away from the opposition. And the pass, a good one. Calhanoglu. On to Mkhitaryan. And showing fine vision. Corner kick, the referee's verdict. To be in terms of the cross there, goal kick coming up. Dembele. Determined defending. The high press was on, and that's a fantastic tackle. And the referee blows for a foul. Oh, good strike! Well, you might say, taking everyone by surprise. He didn't miss by much.
Well, this is all about his technique. The ball seems to gather pace the closer it gets to goal. That's a really good effort.
And given away. Mkhitaryan. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. Dumfries. Need to get back quickly here. Mkhitaryan. And swiftly ending that attack. And threading it through. Nothing wrong with that, says the referee. Pressure applied. Can they make something of it? Oh, yes! A goal! Exactly what they were looking for. And he's come up with it. Sharanoglu. It's with Acerbi. Di Marco. Well, they're quite content to knock it around inside their own half. Dumfries. It needs an accurate cross. And he read it well defensively. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Well, the counter chance looks very real. And he takes it away. Martinez. Into the final 20 minutes. Barella. Well, he really read that brilliantly. Will he finish? Well, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Pulls it back. That's a good pass. Good piece of defending. And into the last 15 minutes of action. Real chance. Magnificent challenge to win it back. Thuram. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. Is it going to be Mkhitaryan? Huge block. And PSG showing good width here. Dumfries. Barella has it. And forcing the mistake. Tremendously strong in the tackle. Fabian. Dembele. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. And the referee playing advantage. Can they do something positive on the counter-attack? Thuram. Now with Martinez. And the textbook interception. Well, on you go, says the referee. Advantage. Everyone wants to see officials let the play flow in that manner, but now the free kick has to be awarded. And he's lost out here, Mkhitaryan. So 1 minute of stoppage time, that's what the officials have said. Danger here as he runs at them. Full time then. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kickoff time. Stay tuned for the live action. It's very much a temple of football, the Santiago Bernabeu, right here in the Spanish capital, Madrid. I'm Derek Ray on the commentary gantry and delighted to be joined as always by Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Real Madrid against Paris Saint-Germain.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And let's dissect the Real Madrid side. Thibaut Courtois is in goal. Ferland Mendy plays with Lucas Vazquez in the fullback positions. Jude Bellingham starts alongside Aurélien Tchouaméni in the centre of midfield. And the main threat in attack today should be Kylian Mbappe. And here is the initial 11 for Paris Saint-Germain. Gianluigi Donnarumma begins in goal. Achraf Hakimi plays with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Vitor Ferreira starts alongside Fabian in central midfield. And the responsibility of leading the line today goes to Ousmane Dembélé. Just knocking it around, looking to carve out a chance. Tremendous block. Sound piece of goalkeeping. Lucas Vazquez. Bellingham. And PSG giving it away. Dembélé. Well, he's certainly not alone. Vitor Ferreira. It needs an accurate cross. Takes the shot. And able to close down the shot. Still level here, but the pressure escalating. Well, they couldn't keep that sequence going, unfortunately. Vinicius Junior. And going for goal. Well, for power, 10 out of 10. For placement, maybe 8. Pereira. Dembélé. It might be on for them. Dembélé. Oh, he's gone for goal. Goodness gracious me! How about that for technique? You can't strike them much better than that. Bellingham. Tchouaméni. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Not a passing sequence that's easy on the eye. So plenty of forward momentum from Real Madrid here. Bellingham. And Valverde. Mendy. Cleared away comprehensively. And good work from Real Madrid to win the ball back. Jude Bellingham. Superb block. Just couldn't get the shot through. Long way out this. And just missing the target.
Well, they're at least making chances. Now they need to be more clinical.
Pereira. Dembélé. Fabian. Pereira. Now with Hakimi. And quick thinking defensively. Vinicius. Has eyes for goal. And that's a very good parry. Fabian. Well, spot on with that challenge. Rodrigo. Really good build-up, but no end product. Bellingham. And now Rodrigo. Well, he could run onto it here. It was on its way in. And teammates around him. Pereira. Dembele. Can he finish? Great opportunity. And in the back of the net for PSG. That lead extended to 2 now. Bellingham. And now Rodrigo. Federico Valverde. And that is that. So back in business here, and PSG dominating the proceedings in the first half. Will we see a similar pattern in the second 45? Hakimi. Mensch. Here's Fabian. And support available. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Now can they hit them on the counter? Vinicius Junior. Stopped there by Marquinhos. Fabian. Might lead to a chance. Dembele. Giving it a try. And just too much height on the shot. And that's an important intervention. Pereira. Well, he's certainly not alone. Dembele. Great defending. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. Rodrigo. Dembele. And Real with the ball again. Vinicius Junior. Decisive pass. Well, it was close, but offside nonetheless.
Well, it's a matter of inches there, but he just went a fraction too early.
Mensch. Excellent ball over the top. Hakimi. Well, can they prize them open now? Oh, this is looking promising. Well, he was able to make amends. Lucas Vazquez. Here's Mbappe. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. PSG looking dangerous. And the ruling is offside here. Mbappe. And he has options available. Just the clearance that was called for. Outdoing his opponent. Pereira. Dembele on the ball. Dembele. Dembele. Well read to put an end to that attack. Rodrigo. Takes it on. Marquinhos with the block. That's a good-looking pass. Hakimi. And stopping the danger. Now breaking at pace. Potential danger. He's going to have a go here. And that's a very good parry. Pereira. Minch. Read it well. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Oh, nice work to get past his opponent. Well, not so fast. Did well to make amends. Nice weight on the pass. Fabian. Real Madrid doing well to regain possession here. Aurelien Tchouameni. Let's fly here! Well, it wasn't quite as dangerous as I thought it might be. Hakimi. Dembele on the ball. Well, they need to get tighter here. And support available. Fabian. And it's opening up. Oh, my word. There's excellent timing for you. What a challenge. Lucas Vazquez. Well, the stoppage time situation. 1 minute here. Valverde. Really good build-up, but no end product. And that is all for this game. This is the sort of game that makes you want to stop what you're doing. Hello and welcome to the Etihad Stadium. I'm Derek Ray and I'm joined for expert analysis by Stuart Robson. I'm very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It is Manchester City taking on Chelsea.
Well, this should be interesting today. I like the makeup of both teams. They really do have a good balance of attacking and defensive qualities. But the team that has the greater desire will probably come out on top.
Now Chelsea in a position of menace. Options in the middle. Now what can they do from here? Neto. Corner it is for Chelsea. Well, in fairness, not the greatest of headers. Nunes. De Bruyne now. Gundogan. Mateo Kovacic. Now he must favour the cross. De Bruyne. And the keeper showing tremendous command. Kevin De Bruyne with the corner. And clears the danger. Malo Gusto. Enzo Fernandez. And Chelsea moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? And blocked for now. And a timely intervention. Palmer. Noni Madueke. And players waiting in the centre. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Mateus Nunes. Omar Marmoush. De Bruyne. Well, no way through. Enzo Fernandez. Gusto. Gives it a go. Palmed away by the keeper. Can he find the net? Not out of the woods yet. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one.
Well, that could prove to be a massive moment in the game. Just when it looked as though Chelsea would take the lead, the goalkeeper has produced a wonderful save there.
Noni Madueke. And the ball back with City now. Omar Marmoush. Oh, fancy footwork. A chance to whip it in. Prevented the damage. And Chelsea looking dangerous. And he takes on the shot. Vital intervention. Mateus Nunes. Wasteful from City. That's a good-looking ball. Mateo Kovacic. Omar Marmoush. It's with Gundogan. Well, that one has promise. And whipped into the box. And putting paid to the danger. Madueke. And he read it superbly. And the cross into the middle. And I thought that could be menacing, but the keeper able to get a strong fist on the ball. Jackson. Pedro Neto. Gusto. And showing fine vision. Goalkeeper's ball. The cross delivered too close to him. Omar Marmoush. And the ball back with Chelsea now. Jeremy Doku. Marmoush. And possibilities here. And there we have. So the two teams have switched around and the second half is underway. Realising that it might be opening up on the opposite flank. That's a good ball. Gundogan. Here's Kovacic. And back with Gundogan. Oh, nice ball. Crossing opportunity. No way through. Just have to make sure they don't get caught on the counter-attack. Palmer. Just the challenge that was required. Neto. Now, options are plenty. Gundogan. Here's Kovacic. City moving the ball forwards. What can they do from here? Marmoush. No real conviction in the challenge. Must take the lead here. Well, they had a decent reading of that ball in. And into the last 30 minutes now. Malo Gusto. Oh, that's splendid play. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Caicedo. Tremendous interception it was by Gundogan.
Please make your way to the ticket office. You have your wife's ticket. Thank you.
De Bruyne. Will he shoot? The fans hope so. Gundogan. Pivotal moment defensively. Palmer with it. Now, who can he play it to? Well, fine reading of the situation. 20 minutes to go in this one. Very quick thinking there. Outrageously skillful. And a Chelsea throw-in coming up here. Kukureya. Palmer. Noni Madueke. Still pushing for that goal that would see them forge ahead. Options in the centre. Terrific piece of anticipation. Well, he was closely marked, but the header well off target. Kevin De Bruyne. De Bruyne. And City on the front foot near the end of this contest. Still level here. And a goal! This is why we adore this game. Late drama, and now they're in front. Kukureya. Malo Gusto. Time is against Chelsea, but they can still battle back. And played the pass well. Not getting anxious when they have the ball. Determined defending. Time is not on their side. This corner could help their prospects as they look for an equaliser. Well, to be blunt, misfiring with the header. O'Reilly. It's with Gundogan. Omar Marmoush. Strong but fair tackle. What can Chelsea do from this position? Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Gundogan. Jeremy Doku. The onus is on Chelsea to be positive with time running out. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Oh, what a perfect ball now. How about this? Well, nothing for them to worry about in the end. Good defending. And so the... It's a game that usually carries considerable meaning. I'm talking about Manchester City versus Arsenal. That's what we have in store for you here on EA TV. Stay with us for live coverage every kick of the ball. Good evening and welcome. There's so much to be enthused about going into tonight's contest here at the home of Manchester City. I'm Derek Ray, and adjacent to me in the commentary box is Stuart Robson. And it's all about action from the Premier League in this case. It is Manchester City, and they take on Arsenal.
Well, thanks, Derek. The best coach I've played under would always tell us before kick-off, earn the right to play. If you can win your individual battles, outrun your opponent, eventually you'll get the space to show your ability. I'm sure that's being echoed by the coaches here today.
And a look at the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson is the goalkeeper. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Mateo Kovacic starts alongside Ilkay Gundogan in central midfield. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. Saka. Trossard. Will it be? Oh, a vital piece of last-ditch defending. And so the starting 11 for Arsenal. Martin Ødegaard plays alongside Thomas Partey in the centre of midfield. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. It's there for him. And just over the bar, really good effort. De Bruyne. Room to roam for City on the wing. The crowd encouraging him to take it on. De Bruyne. Must take the lead here. And they have. You've got to say, it has been coming. Timber. Jakub Kivior. Jurriën Timber. It's with Ødegaard. Declan Rice. Timber. Rice with it. An encouraging Arsenal move. They just couldn't stay in front. And now this match is all square. Mateo Kovacic. Well, he's certainly not alone. Trossard. Incisive pass. And the goalkeeper expertly anticipated that through ball. De Bruyne. It is advantage Manchester City here. And playing it through. Into the keeper's gloves. Declan Rice. Martinelli. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. That's a good-looking pass. Can they take the lead here? Oh, marvellous save. Great goalkeeping. And really tried to blast that one past the keeper, but his radar was a bit off. Nunes. Omar Marmoush. And he couldn't quite get himself back on side, Stuart.
Well, as a player, you need to be able to change your mind. But he wasn't able to, and that's a poor pass.
Martin Ødegaard. Gabriel Martinelli. Pulls it back. Able to close down the shot. And Arsenal have won the corner as they try to take the lead. And dealing with the danger. Martinelli. And a goal! He's put it away! A celebratory moment! Mateus Nunes. Here's Kovacic. Kevin De Bruyne. And Manchester City moving the ball with purpose. At times they make passing look easy. And options in the centre. A goal to level matters here. Timber. And here's Saliba. Thomas Partey. Bukayo Saka. Rice with it. Partey. Declan Rice. Thomas Partey. And Arsenal now find themselves in potentially a dangerous position. And he might be through here. And a goal it is to put them in front again. No less than they deserve. A chance to whip it in. De Bruyne. On to Gundogan. De Bruyne now. Oh, big chance. And how about that for a save? De Bruyne threading it through. Can he put it away? And a goal! An end-to-end game. And they weren't behind for long. Martin Ødegaard. Rice with it. Saka. It's with Ødegaard. And just 1 minute of stoppage time, say the officials. Trying to open them up. And deemed to be offside by the merest of margins.
Well, it's very close to being the perfectly timed run, but whether it's an inch or a yard...
So the two teams have switched around, and the second half is underway. Jurrien Timber. Rice with it. William Saliba. Declan Rice. Bukayo Saka. Can he find the right pass? Martin Ødegaard. Ødegaard. He did look on for them, but not to be. City finding space on the flank. But really sticking to their task defensively. And the upshot of that is offside.
Well, he needed to look elsewhere because the flag was always going to go up.
Well, not pretty, but very gritty. Oh, this looks useful. Must be! And the opportunity goes a-begging. He decided to hit that with power rather than going for placement. And he read it well, intercepting it. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, what an outstanding first half he had. He dictated the play and was a constant threat with his ability on the ball. Surely he's going to be marked a lot tighter in the second 45 minutes. Otherwise, he completely dominate the game.
And slipped through by Ilkay Gundogan. Routine save. Martin Ødegaard. And promising stuff from Arsenal. Could be threatening. And this time it's in! Fabulous goal! And just look at the celebrations. Well, how about this? 4-3. De Bruyne. Gvardiol. It's with Gundogan. Kevin De Bruyne. Arsenal doing well to regain possession. Saka. And he has options available. He's in behind. And keeper. Saka. Trossard. Takes it on. There's still danger here. Rice.
Well, Edison has just given his team a chance there, but they certainly need to improve if they are to get back into this game.
Well, in possession now and looking to create something of their own. And defensive play to be applauded. City pushing forward with options available. Gundogan. Look as though they had attacking momentum, but not so. De Bruyne. Marmoush. Well, great read there to intercept. It's going to be a City ball. De Bruyne. This could level it. Marmoush. De Bruyne now. Well, the fans want to see a shot. He might be through here. Couldn't put it away, and that could be so costly at this juncture.
Yeah, that's so frustrating. I'm not sure they'll get another chance to get back into this game.
Well, a good tackle. Manchester City have work to do, but is it going to happen for them? Gundogan. Well, they stopped them in their tracks. Might be a chance to break. Well, it comes down to the final 5 minutes. Spot on with that tackle. Not a poor touch and unable to keep it in play. Throw in to come. Mateo Kovacic. Omar Marmoush. Intelligent threaded pass here. Passes like that, very much in his repertoire. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. Kevin De Bruyne couldn't keep the ball. And so there we have it, the final. Mental fortitude and technical excellence. Both qualities will be pivotal as this important occasion unfolds. We cannot wait to find out who will prevail. Excitement in the air. The stage is set and the players are just about ready here in Manchester. We're at the home of City this evening. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, and my partner, ready to bring you all the analysis and technical talk, is Stuart Robson. And we've got Premier League action coming right up. It is Manchester City up against Newcastle United.
Well, Derek, when looking forward to this game, you can't help but notice there are some great matchups all over the pitch, particularly in those central areas. Whichever team wins more of those battles will win the game.
And a look at the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson begins in goal. Joško Gvardiol starts alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. Mateo Kovacic plays alongside Ilkay Gundogan in central midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Kevin De Bruyne. Some of the fans are screaming, have a go. And a fine tackle. So the starting 11 for Newcastle United. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the attack is led today by Alexander Isak. In behind for him to chase. Bruno Guimaraes. Harvey Barnes. A very timely interception. O'Reilly. It's a promising City move, but they dealt with the threat posed. Murphy. Bruno Guimaraes. Trippier now. Chance to cross. Joelinton. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Nunes. De Bruyne has support. Mateus Nunes. Gundogan. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Isak. Tonali with it. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. O'Reilly. Good through ball. Can he play it in? De Bruyne. Now with Gundogan. Trying his luck. Just couldn't get it through. Tino Livramento. Now with Barnes. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. De Bruyne. And Newcastle pushing forward with options available. Sandro Tonali. Harvey Barnes. Can they stop it going in? Joelinton.
Well, that could so easily have been the lead for Newcastle, but credit to the goalkeeper, that was a very good save.
Yes, in the mood to exert more pressure. Well, plenty of power, but just too much height on it. Mateo Kovacic. City move it forward with purpose. see a shot. And a very good challenge. Isak. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. Takes it on. In it goes. The opening goal in this contest. Nunes. Now, who can he play it to? Mateo Kovacic. Oh, this looks useful. Gundogan. Now a potentially dangerous position for City. Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. Joelinton. And on to Barnes. Bruno Guimaraes. Top-class defending. This looks promising. Surely the equaliser. What a magical save it was. Put in by De Bruyne. And the danger is still there. And so the... So the second half is underway. Newcastle United have the lead, but this is a long way from being settled. Fabian Schär. Tino Livramento. Rewarded for that brilliant high press. Sandro Tonali. It's with Joelinton. That's a good-looking shot. Well, when all was said and done, Stuart, he wasn't a million miles away.
No, he wasn't, because he generates so much power from that sort of distance. His technique is brilliant.
Doku. Plenty of support here. Kevin De Bruyne. Possession and patience, the watchwords. De Bruyne. Just the challenge that was required. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the play.
De Bruyne. Fruitful looking attack. This could square the game. Nicely blocked. So half an hour remaining. Isak. And he read it well defensively. He has time to play it over. Mateo Kovacic moving it forward. De Bruyne. De Bruyne. And back with Gundogan. Still trailing, but they're upping the pressure. Gundogan. Opportunity to level it. And it's gone in. Just what was needed for Manchester City, who now have squared it. Dan Burn. Trippier. Sandro Tonali. Trippier now. of the last 20 minutes. Trippier. Well, it's one pass after another. Promising move this from Newcastle. Sandro Tonali. Guimaraes. It's with Joelinton. And an astute piece of defending. Mateus Nunes. De Bruyne now. Nice looking move this. Gundogan. Well read to put an end to that attack. Marmoush. Gundogan. Oh, that's a really good run. Nunes. Good effort here. Well, I must admit it didn't trouble the keeper to the extent that I thought it might. Trippier. Bruno Guimaraes. Murphy. Can they push ahead in the closing stages? Guimaraes. It's with Joelinton. What a block!
Well, if they get the winner now, these City fans will go absolutely wild. What an atmosphere we have inside this stadium.
Mateo Kovacic. Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Counter-attacking, very much an option. Let's fly here! And they remain locked together, these two sides, on the back of that save.
Well, that keeps it all level. What an important save that is.
And swept out of there. And there's the whistle. A highly charged atmosphere here at Stamford Bridge, and you can understand why. Chelsea might fancy the chances, but their opponents are the formidable Manchester City. You're watching EA TV. Well, the atmosphere has been building up all day long, and we're almost ready for kickoff here at Stamford Bridge. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical analysis is Stuart Robson. And we've got Premier League action coming right up. It's Chelsea facing Manchester City.
Well, Derek, when looking forward to this game, you can't help but notice there are some great matchups all over the pitch, particularly in those central areas. Whichever team wins more of those battles will win the game.
And a look at the Chelsea starting 11.
Well, in this 4-5-1 shape, it will be interesting to see how close the wide midfield players get to their main striker. Will they stay wide or play through the inside right and inside left positions? We'll have to wait to see how it develops.
Now, who can he play it to? And a look at the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson stands between the posts. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Mateo Kovacic plays alongside İlkay Gündoğan in central midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. And deflected beyond the byline, so a corner here. And ably dealt with. Always difficult to predict in advance who might decide a game, but you could make a strong case for this man, I think, Stuart. What are you expecting to see from him?
Well, he's a good technical player. He can see a pass, he can beat a defender, and he's good in tight areas. He'll certainly be a joy to watch today.
Now he must favour the cross. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Nice switch of play. De Bruyne. Nicely timed tackle. Decisive pass. A good and fair challenge. This looks promising. Well, we can give them high marks for their passing, but can they make this pressure count? Pedro Neto. Madueke. Chance to cross. Well, the cross was acceptable, but no one there to thump it home. And he has options available. Gündoğan. Jeremy Doku. Omar Marmoush. Takes it on. And a goal! Now they've broken through. 1-0 here. Cucurella. Moises Caicedo. Gusto. Neto. Fernandes. can sense the threat is there. This could level it. Huge block. Kevin De Bruyne. City move it forward with purpose. Well read to ease the pressure. Gets it on the ball. Oh, surely! Well, fantastic reflex action from the goalkeeper. Given away by City. Palmer with it. Jackson on the ball. Pivotal moment defensively. Neto. Crossing possibilities. Very effective pass. Time tackle when it really mattered. And so the first half draws to a close. Well, the action underway again. Chelsea trailing going into the second half. Can they come up with the right response? Gusto. Pedro Neto. Fernandez. Well, trailing, but this looks promising. Palmer. Fernandez. Caicedo. Pedro Neto. He'll take this on. Interested in goal, made it look easy. Delivering it. And not a header that was ever really going to trouble the goalkeeper. An important interception. Mateo Kovacic. De Bruyne now. It's a promising City move. De Bruyne. And the advantage is with City. Kovacic lost it.
You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the plate.
Well, that's a fine-looking pass. This could square the game. And that's exactly what has transpired. Now, that could be a massive turning point, and momentum is with them. And given away. Malo Gusto. Moises Caicedo. Chelsea have it back now. The delivery. Well, the keeper had plenty to think about with bodies around him. Not great distribution from the keeper. And a long way out here. And danger still. And a corner coming up for Chelsea. Can they make good use of it?
Well, just listen to these fans. They're urging their team to score here and take the lead.
O'Reilly. Realising that it might be opening up on the opposite flank. Well, we can give them high marks for their passing, but can they make this pressure count? And the flag is up, offside.
Well, that's just a lack of awareness. He was clearly in an offside position.
Malo Gusto. Options in the centre. A good and fair challenge. 15 minutes left for play. Possession ceded by City. Madueke. Oh, this looks useful. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Malo Gusto. Progress made by Chelsea, and at this late stage, a goal could be decisive. Well, all doing their bit to keep them out. Just 10 minutes remaining here. And he keeps going. Mateo Kovacic. Could play it in. And the pass deftly cut out. Omar Marmoush. De Bruyne now. Teammates available. Gundogan. Very quick thinking there.
Well, the fans are making so much noise here. They believe the winner's coming, and it needs a moment of inspiration for one of those players out on the pitch. What a finale we've got.
Able to skip past his man. This might be ideal for the counter. Chance to play it in. Kovacic! Oh, a clinical counter-attack. And so close to a goal.
Well, that's exactly what they're looking to do. Force the turnover and then break at pace. So close to a very good goal.
And the referee blows. It is a fixture that always carries plenty of intrigue. Two clubs who represent an unconditional commitment to excellence. Stay with us for all the live action from the Emirates. Arsenal against... Delighted to be able to report very agreeable weather for the fans here at the Emirates Stadium. My name is Derek Ray, and I'm joined for commentary by the former Arsenal and West Ham player Stuart Robson. And it's all about action from the Premier League in this case. It's Arsenal facing Manchester City.
Well, a quick start to the game is all important here today, and I'm sure both managers will have drilled that into the players. But they also have to play with composure and a tactical understanding. It should be a good game.
Doku. It's with Gundogan. And this is the Arsenal starting 11. Gabriel Martinelli plays with Bukayo Saka on the flanks. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Will he find the net? And now it is there for him. There it is. And he could scarcely have had an easier finish. Urian Timber. Bukayo Saka. William Saliba. It's with Ødegaard. Sloppy in possession from Arsenal. Nice weight on the pass. Omar Marmoush. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Martin Ødegaard. Trossard. A very timely interception. Declan Rice. Mateus Nunes. Oh, that's a fine-looking pass. Tenacious tackling. Excellent defending there. Bukayo Saka. Oh, what a top-notch pass. Saka. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Shot attempted. Vigorous defending. Saka. Oh, it's a superb challenge. Very timely. Marmoush. Trossard. Will they get themselves level here? Must be. That was going in. Ødegaard. Oh, tremendous vision. Oh, he's through here. Oh, how about that for a chip? Savour it. Pure brilliance. Thomas Partey. Gabriel Martinelli. And defensive play to be applauded. Marmoush. And City being afforded too much room. It's there for him. A goal! How about that? He's put it away to make it a hat-trick. Trossard. Saka. Oh, it's off the post. Well, it looked so threatening, but the danger averted. Real chance. A goal! And I'll tell you what, on this sort of form, very few would lay a glove on them. Martin Ødegaard. Determined defending. Significant acreage for City to run into. That's a good-looking shot. Body on the line. Put in by De Bruyne. Not all that convincing defensively. Firing it towards goal. Oh, burying them beneath an avalanche of goals. No let-up here. Ødegaard. Oh, surely. Strong glove on the ball from the keeper. De Bruyne. And the flag had to go up. It wasn't close. Martin Ødegaard. Will he shoot? The fans hope so. Rice. He takes aim. Oh, and a venomous effort, rattling the crossbar.
Well, what a good shot that was. Hit with such power, but it just didn't come down in time.
Nunes. De Bruyne now. Given away by City. Declan Rice. Looked as though there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending. Well, that's going to be all. Of Arsenal. Gvardiol. And it's Ruben Dias. De Bruyne. Attacking possibilities on the flank for City here. Gundogan. Well, showing good vision. Makes his way in field. Well, credit to him for trying it. Didn't miss by much.
Well, those stats tell you everything. City have been excellent, and unless something changes, this could get embarrassing.
But he's certainly not alone. And he did well to cut it out. Could be! Corner awarded to Arsenal. It's a short one. Possibilities here. Thomas Partey. Declan Rice. Oh, genuine chance. Stopped a certain goal. And on the back of that challenge, a corner kick forthcoming. And clearing it away. And credit due, a good intervention. Saka, on to Trossard. And the advantage is with City. I think most defenders would expect to be booked halting an attack in that fashion. Saka. Now in possession, Trossard. Perfect tackle. Martin Ødegaard. Trossard. Is this the moment? And with that, they've thwarted the opportunity. Marmoush. Declan Rice. Martinelli. And a chance. Odegaard. Oh, that's a fine save. Can someone get on the end of this? No-nonsense piece of defending. Very effective pass. "20 minutes to go. Trossard. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Now, options are plenty. Trossard. Must be! Well, it didn't really go according to the script, did it?
Well, the less said about that, the better, because that's a really poor attempt in the end.
This is a message for Owen Kennedy. Owen, happy birthday from your friend.
They need to get tighter here. But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Can they hit on the break? Looked like an effective counter-attack, but brilliantly read. City could be onto something. Big chance! Oh, there it is! It's one goal after another, and it speaks to the quality of their performance. Declan Rice. It's with Odegaard. Gabriel Martinelli. Given away by City. And teammates around him. And nicely parried away. Textbook closing down, and now they're on the attack. Omar Marmoush. Oh, good vision there. Possession lost, intercepted. Oh, he looks threatening. The save was a good one. Can he deliver it with accuracy? And still dangerous. Now, can they hit them on the counter? Well, they have to pay attention. Well, it was a terrific piece of play. That was until we got to the finishing part.
Well, as you said, great counter-attack, but a wayward finish in the end. Good to watch, though.
Given away by City. Trossard. And there it is, a goal. But will it be purely a consolation at this stage of the proceedings? They haven't been at their best. So 2 minutes of stoppage time to be added on. Arsenal have given it away. De Bruyne. He'll take this on. And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. And there goes the final whistle. The quest for success. The big showdown almost upon us. And the likelihood of a game to be savoured and cherished. But who's going to win? We'll leave that to the courageous amongst you. Hello and a warm welcome to a stadium that always oozes passion, St James's Park. I'm Derek Ray, and with me here on the commentary box is Stuart Robson. I'm looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It's Newcastle United facing Manchester City.
Thanks, Derek, as always. This should be a good game. Great atmosphere inside the stadium. We've got two teams full of quality, some interesting matchups, and two coaches that want to play an attractive brand of football. What more could you ask for?
And here's the Newcastle formation. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the striker today is Alexander Isak. Able to skip past his man. And his teammate got him out of trouble. Introducing the starting players for Manchester City. Ederson stands between the posts. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Mateo Kovacic starts alongside İlkay Gündoğan in central midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Considerable progress made by Gündoğan as the attack continues. Possession lost by Newcastle. Might really be able to trouble them here. And great work to confuse the defender. And options in the centre. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Harvey Barnes. Well read to ease the pressure. De Bruyne. Marmoush. De Bruyne. And an astute piece of defending. Murphy. Omar Marmoush. Jeremy Doku. Well, possibilities in the centre. This looks interesting. Taking care of business defensively here. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Well, what can they do to stop him running at them? But nothing comes of it. Well, it clearly was deflected, so it will be their throw-in. Guimaraes. Jacob Murphy. Well, possibilities inside the box. Harvey Barnes. Very quick thinking there. Joelinton. Oh, the threat is there. The supporters want to see him have a go. Doku. De Bruyne now. Commitment to passing and attacking. Gundogan. Has eyes for goal! Well, only just wide of the post. Joelinton. Here's Isak. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. De Bruyne. De Bruyne. And teammates to play it to. Well, they keep the ball moving. Having to shoot. And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Kevin De Bruyne with the corner. Well, off target in the end, and that'll be a goal kick.
Well, I think the defender just about did enough there, but that was a chance.
Sloppy in possession from Newcastle. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Takes the shot. A goal to give them a 1-0 lead. An excellent value for that advantage, you've got to say. And back underway here with Newcastle looking to find a route back into the game. Jacob Murphy. Guimarães. Murphy. Joelinton. Tino Livramento. It's with Joelinton. Murphy. Tonali with it. Joelinton. Sandro Tonali. Bruno Guimarães. Tonali with it. Joelinton. Wonderful chance. Offside the decision. Marmoush. A very effective challenge put in. Harvey Barnes. It might be on for them. Great challenge, but the threat is still there. Can they find a gap in the defence? I think I spoke too soon. Wasn't the best of passes finally. Might lead to a chance. Guimarães. Good-looking move. That was going in. Corner for the Magpies as they look to bite back. A bit short with the clearance. Can he find the net? Keeper getting the touch. And there it is. An almost intuitive piece of finishing. Gundogan. Mateus Nunes. It's with Gundogan. De Bruyne. Gundogan. Jeremy Doku. Here's Kovacic. Kevin De Bruyne. Mateo Kovacic. And De Bruyne in a useful looking position, but will there be an end product? Nunes. De Bruyne now. Look as though there might be a threat, but not so in the end. Good defending. Harvey Barnes. Real chance. Superb stop. "20 minutes to go. City moving the ball forwards. What can they do from here? Well, disappointing end to the move. Bruno Guimaraes. Trippier now. Guimaraes. How can he take them on and beat them? Oh, really commanding goalkeeping. Good ball to switch the play. Gundogan. Well, nothing to split the two sides, but this move looks promising. De Bruyne. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Harvey Barnes. Well, the counter chance looks very real. Well, it looked highly promising, but it came to nothing in the end. Jeremy Doku. And it's positive from Manchester City. Is it in the cards for them to score a late winner? Advantage with them. After the foul, a chance to contemplate what is next, and perhaps a goal from this free kick. And a long way out here. Deflected behind, corner forthcoming. Well, the defender deserves a bit of credit, to be fair.
Yeah, I think you have to give credit to the defending there. Just enough pressure to put him off at that vital moment.
Clearly took a touch on the way out of play, so a throw-in to come. Livramento. It's with Joe Linton. Bruno Guimaraes. And a goal at this stage could be decisive. And the shot just over the top. Gundogan. De Bruyne now. Marmoush. Well, totalling up all the stoppages, we'll have 2 additional minutes. Well to win the ball back. De Bruyne playing with purpose. And that is the whistle. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, and my partner, ready to bring you all the analysis and technical talk, is Stuart Robson. And we're fully convinced this game will live up to its billing. It's Porto up against Real Betis.
Well, this should be interesting today. I like the makeup of both teams. They really do have a good balance of attacking and defensive qualities. But the team that has the greater desire will probably come out on top.
And here's the starting 11 for Real Betis.
Well, it's a 3-4-2-1, so it's going to be interesting to see what's expected of the wing-backs here. Are they going to be high up the field or drop deeper to make a back five? Only time will tell.
Well, this looks really productive. What can they do from this position? Options in the middle. No let-up here. And a very good challenge. And Varela with it. Well, Betis have it back now. Opportunity to deliver the cross. An attack full of promise. Well, he really is danger personified, but in this game, Stuart, what do you think we might see from him?
Well, he really is a master of the free kick, and anything around the box today, expect him to pose a real threat.
The attack continues. They're making considerable progress, but a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. Running room in the wide position. Can they get themselves in front here? Well, it wasn't a taxing save. Francisco Moura. Porto have given it away. Juan Camilo Hernandez. Oh, it's a really well-timed challenge. Varela. Eustáquio. João Mario. Fabio Vieira. Still pushing for the goal that would put them ahead, but not forcing it. The fans are shouting, shoot! And he stopped them in their tracks. Juan Camilo Hernandez. Well, showing really good width here. Nice looking move, this. Oh, he's blocked it. Oh, superb effort. And just off the target.
Yeah, that was so close. And what a bit of skill that was. The technique was almost perfect.
Porto have given it away. Marc Roca. Anthony. Is this the moment? And it should have been the first goal of the game.
Well, I can't believe that chance has been squandered. That should have been the opener.
Oh, nice ball. Will he play it in? And he cuts inside. But timely defending when it mattered. Juan Camilo Hernandez. Anthony. Now, let's see what they can do here. Well, this could really help the cause. And defending as a unit. Good ball to switch the play. And Varela with it. Looking for that final pass. Looking for the goal that would put them ahead. Well, honestly, I didn't mean to jinx them. Just wasn't a very good pass, finally. And that's really well read. Fabio Vieira. This attack looks highly promising. And the whistle is... Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Fabio Vieira. Francisco Mora. Pepe. Mario. Steven Eustachio. Crossing opportunity. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. And the cross goes in. Well, that cross was more than acceptable, but they couldn't fire it home. Pepe. Well, nothing comes of the attack when all is said and done. Now the quick counter-attack could be on. Well, they have to pay attention. Well, unable to hold his run, and that's offside. And that's an important intervention. Anthony. And very nicely positioned to win it back. Steven Eustachio. Mario. And with that, the attack fizzles out. You might say he'll be happy with some aspects of his performance so far, but not every aspect, Stuart.
Yes, there's certainly room for improvement. He's struggled to have any real impact on the game. He hasn't gotten the ball enough, and when he has, he's given it away.
Oh, the crossbar is still reverberating. Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here? Steven Eustachio. Terrific block. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. And Varela with it. The supporters want to see him have a go. Blocking it. And problem solved for now. Juan Camilo Hernandez. Is this the moment? And with that, they've thwarted the opportunity.
Well, Porto have had a lot of the ball during the last 15 minutes, as you can see, and have played some really lovely football going forward. They must now make it count and get themselves in front.
Well, let's see if they can win the ball back and create something else. Anthony. Well, he could really get at the opposition. And a chance for them to nudge in front. And a goal! Just when we wondered if this might finish 0-0. There it is. They're in front. Eustachio. Fabio Vieira. Very effective passing sequence. Mario. Got in the way of it. Could be dangerous. And that's a real commitment to defending. Moving into the advanced position. Well, that looked to be quite dangerous, but just a fraction off. Vieira. Steven Eustachio on the attack in the closing phase. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Llorente. Devil on the ball. 5 minutes left. Useful looking position, you've got to say. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Plenty of support here. Tremendous block. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. So 1 minute of stoppage time, that's what the officials have said. And quick thinking defensively. And there goes the final whistle. What an intriguing cross. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Well, just the sort of weather the fans were hoping for this evening. It's absolutely ideal. My name is Derek Ray, and my commentary partner on this occasion is Stuart Robson. And if this game lives up to its billing, we're in for a riveting occasion. It's Porto, and they face Panathinaikos.
Well, as always, I'm looking forward to this because both teams have strong aspects to their game. Both managers like to play attacking football, and we've got some good matchups all over the pitch.
And now they get the ball rolling. And a look at the starting lineup for Porto.
Well, it looks like they're going to play in a 3-4-3 formation without wing-backs, which means the outside centre-halves will need to cover the areas out wide, which I would say is asking a lot.
Definitely look as though they want to make this move count. But nothing comes of it. Pepe. Getting forward. Well, he's almost been hassled out of play here. Just wasn't going to part with the ball. Azzedine Ounahi. Promising looking ball. Nicely saved. Oh, so near, off the post. And he did what he had to do defensively.
Well, they've started really brightly here. They were so close to taking the lead.
Well, it should boost their confidence, but they can't afford to drop their guard at the other end. Oh, he looks threatening. And he takes it away. But he's certainly not alone. Can they forge ahead? Oh, denied once more. No nonsense clearance. Must finish. Opportunity. And getting in the way of that. Superb defensive play. Oh, danger here. Might go ahead. Oh, blocked it. And deflected beyond the byline, so a corner here. And that is not going to help the cause. The header well off the mark. João Mario. Oh, this is looking promising. But fair play, that goes down as a very good recovery. Dangerous looking attack. Pivotal moment defensively. Interception to snuff out the danger. Plenty of support here. But timely defending when it mattered. That's a good-looking pass. Top-class defending. This looks interesting. Can he open the door to a potential goal? Really good challenge. Takes the shot. Terrific block there. Well, an attempt to forget all about, unfortunately.
Yeah, got it all wrong. Trying to pass it into the corner, opened up his body, but didn't make the right sort of contact.
Vieira. And danger averted. Well read. Good looking move. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Wasted possession again. Filip Juricic. Still level here, but the pressure escalating. Takes it on. Oh, yes! 1-0 it is, and it doesn't come as a huge surprise. So the ball rolling again, with the scoreline standing at 1-0. Was perfect, ball one. And he's hit it with authority! Oh, what a goal! A tremendous strike! Hard to believe that he elected to take on that shot. Absolutely brilliant. Mora. A fine use of the ball. Well, they couldn't keep that sequence going, unfortunately. Tete. Mora. Looking to cut inside. Well, disappointing end to the move. And passing it through. And it's a double for him in this game. No way for the opposition to contain him. And no wonder he's on 7. So the two teams have switched around and the second half is underway. Francisco Mora. Can they get in behind them? Wonderful chance. And getting in the way of that superb defensive play. Promising possession, this. And it's still on. And his eyes lit up in anticipation of his third goal of the game.
Well, the way he's finished today, that was a decent chance. But you just sense the hat-trick is coming.
Varela with it. A foul it most certainly was. Free kick given.
Well, Porto are certainly changing their tactics here. Rather than going from back to front with few passes, they're now looking to play through the opposition with short combinations and dominate possession.
Well, a powerful effort, but just wide. Nemanja Maksimovic. Plenty of support here. They took care of the situation defensively. Looks promising out wide. And a fine cross. And no-nonsense defensive clearance. And with tackling like that, the onus is on the referee to take action potentially. Tete. The referee correctly decided to play advantage. They had a bit of work to do in getting to that through ball, the goalkeeper. And into the last 30 minutes now. Oh, bruising past him. And putting in quite the shift to win the ball back. Well, not pretty, but very gritty. And he has options available. Untidy in possession. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. Foul there. Free kick awarded. And Threading it through. Well, it comes to nothing in the end. Offside.
Well, he doesn't need to make his movement quite so quickly there. Just let the ball be played into the space.
Tete. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Well, this could really help the cause. Really good build-up, but no end product. Now, options are plenty. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. And it looked like open road for them, but up a dead end. Good idea. Oh, but cutting it out in the nick of time. And possibilities here. Fotis Ioannidis. Oh, brilliant goalkeeping. Rewarded for that brilliant high press. Vieira. Well, he tried to place that one, and given his proximity to the goal, he's bound to be disappointed. Nemanja Maksimovic. Tete. Delightful pass. And the keeper there to catch it under no real pressure. 5 minutes to go. Porto have given it away. Unahi. Looked as though they had attacking momentum, but not so. Excellent refereeing, advantage in operation. Everyone wants to see officials let the play flow in that manner, but now the free kick has to be awarded. Wonderful chance! And he's only gone and made it a hat-trick! Absolutely unplayable today! What a performance! Steven Eustaquio. 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Nice looking pass. And there goes the final whistle. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical analysis is Stuart Robson. And without doubt, a match with the potential to bring genuine excitement. It's Porto up against Celtic.
Well, as is always the case, both teams will look to control the centre of the pitch. Whichever can do that will dominate possession and probably the game. This is going to be key, I think, today.
Pepe. This is how it looks for the home side.
Well, it looks like they're going to play in a 3-4-3 formation without wing-backs, which means the outside centre-halves will need to cover the areas out wide, which I would say is asking a lot.
Now, what can they do from here? Pepe. Well, nothing productive, really. And here's the starting 11 for Celtic.
Well, it looks like they're going to play in a 3-4-3 formation, but without wing-backs. So although they might have an overload in midfield, they will be vulnerable to any switches of play by the opposition.
Pepe. And danger averted. Well read. Kuhn. Callum McGregor. Ida. And they keep working away, looking for passing lanes. And a strong glove on the ball from the keeper. And the referee has given them a corner. And knocked out of there. Well, you never quite know who's going to dominate a game in advance, but I think you can maybe make an argument for this fellow, Stuart. What do you think we'll see from him today?
Well, I love watching him play. He's so creative, particularly in the top third of the pitch. Let's hope he performs well here.
Callum McGregor. Taylor. Callum McGregor. Creative look about this. Callum McGregor. Daisen Maeda. On to Ida. Can he take the chance? Well, you have to say, he's going to be very cross with himself.
He'll certainly be disappointed with that. That was a poor effort.
Pepe. Porto have given us away. Kuhn. Vieira. Mario. Effective challenge. And support available. And the referee is quite rightly letting it go. What a commitment to defending. Trailing as they are, they must make good use of this corner. Danger averted. Nicolas Kuhn. A chance to whip it in. Shown inside. Well, how about that for a piece of tackling to break things up? Passes like that, very much in his repertoire. And Varela with it. Top-class defending.
Well, Celtic have controlled the flow of the game in the last 15 minutes, and they've created chances. They just haven't had that end product. But you just get a sense that equaliser is coming.
Indeed, perhaps they can cash in again, let's see. And the keeper there to deal with it. Who's going to get on the end of it? It might still be problematic. Perhaps they can counter from here. Will they profit from this situation? Chance just dissipating a bit. Porto have given us away. And Varela with it. Outdoing his opponent. Pepe. And Celtic have it back now. This might be ideal for the counter. Looking for the right angle. But the danger averted for now. Pepe. If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. Varela. Francisco Moura. He's in behind. The first half here comes to an end. So back underway here into the second half. Kuhn. Here's McGregor. It's with Carter Vickers. Kuhn. Oh, danger here. McGregor. Well, going for power and so close to finding the net. Moura. Steven Eustachio. Pepe. Fabio Vieira. Well, he's got past his man. To think about with bodies around him. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play was really good. He was a constant threat, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the second half.
Pepe. Well, that's a fine-looking pass. Well, possibilities in the centre. Just cutting off the supply. Maeda. Might lead to a chance. This could level it. post denied him. And a goal, the equaliser. Superb entertainment. And Varela with it. Pepe. João Mario. See some progress with the ball at his feet. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Into the final 20 minutes. Good work from Porto to win it back. Well, it's a decent-looking attack, this. Pepe. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Maeda. Well, that's how to outwit your opponent. Can he put them in front? Oh no, he's missed the opportunity, and they remain level.
Well, he just lacked composure there, didn't he? They should be ahead now.
Pepe. Steven Eustachio. João Mario. Well, they're moving the ball neatly enough. Just looking for that decisive pass. Well, honestly, I didn't mean to jinx them. Just wasn't a very good pass, finally. Carter Vickers. Nicolas Kuhn. Only 5 minutes left for play, and tension galore with the teams locked together. Callum McGregor. Time running out, but they could yet win it. Hatate. Kuhn. Emphasis on the clearance, a good one. And the fourth official confirming that we'll have 1 additional minute. And Varela with it. Eustachio. And the whistle is sounded. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello and a warm welcome to one of the great football cities, Seville. Hello and welcome to a real monument of a football stadium. First opened back in 1929, the Estadio Benito Villamarín. I'm Derek Ray, and sharing commentary with me, as usual, is Stuart Robson. And everyone here on tenterhooks, you'd have to say, with good reason. It's Real Betis facing Porto.
Well, thanks, Derek. The best coach I played under would always tell us before kick-off, earn the right to play. If you can win your individual battles, outrun your opponent, eventually you'll get the space to show your ability. I'm sure that's being echoed by the coaches here today.
And a look at the starting lineup for Porto.
Well, in this shape, their two holding midfield players will be key today. If they can get on the ball and dictate the play, protect the two centre-backs, it will then allow the attacking players to show their creative quality.
Varela. Moving the ball forward, how creative can they be? Varela. Now what can they do from here? Great defending! Player on the way again. Now they have possession in a good area of the pitch. Fabio Vieira. Francisco Moura. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Juan Camilo Hernandez. Pepe. Vieira. Well, they keep working away, looking for an opening. Superb block. Can he find the right pass? Good effort here! But the goalkeeper didn't have to work quite as hard as I thought he might initially. Marc Roca. Devil on the ball. Plenty of forward momentum here, but can they produce? Well, disappointing end to the move. Vieira. Oh, that's a fine-looking pass. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Teammates available. And scope for them to produce something exciting. And that is defending of the highest order. Fabio Vieira. João Mario. Fruitful looking attack. Oh, this looks useful. Has eyes for goal. Just made sure nothing came of that. And easily intercepted. Juan Camilo Hernandez. Perfect challenge. And nicely over the top. Looking for that final pass, looking for the goal that would put them ahead. Oh, could be an opportunity here. A super tackle and they've won possession. Juan Camilo Hernandez. And very deftly cut out. He has teammates around him. In position. Runs it brilliantly. And there it is. 1-0. Their efforts have been rewarded. And look at the celebrations. Fabio Vieira. Pepe. Keep working away, looking for passing lanes. And the ball back with Porto here. Now look at this, they might be able to cash in here. And Varela with it. Vieira. Takes on the shot. Oh my goodness! What an outrageous hit! I can't believe. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. João Mario. Fabio Vieira. Pepe. Francisco Moura. And Betis doing well to regain possession. Marc Roca. Sabali. On the ball, Marc Roca. Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in the future? But the danger averted for now. Pepe. Oh, no stopping him. Now a decent position. João Mario. And options in the centre. They really look after the ball when they have it. Can they take the lead? And foiled by the post. Well, they survived the attack.
Well, they won't come closer than that, but they are creating chances, and surely a goal is coming.
Well, it should boost their confidence, but they can't afford to drop their guard at the other end. Nice looking move, this. And he stopped them in their tracks. And so 30 minutes left for play in this one. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, I have to say, I thought he was good. He affected the game, he made the right decisions, and he looked lively out there.
Chance to cross. Passing it around, looking for the goal that would put them ahead. Oh, breezing past him. Well, in the final analysis, it was good defending. Just have to make sure they don't get caught on the counter-attack. Can he take advantage? And there it is! But hang on, the flag has gone up, and it's not going to count.
Well, it was a close call, but he is just offside. Good finish, mind you.
Betis with the ball again. Juan Camilo Hernandez. Decent position. Porto have given it away. Promising attack, this. Must be! Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Anthony. Well, that's how to beat your opponent. Good defending in the end, and danger averted for now. Varela. Francisco Mora. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Now, options are plenty. Can they forge ahead? They do! And you've got to say, they're good value for the lead. Oh, left his man behind here. Joao Mario. Well, they're attacking, but time is the great enemy. Mora. Fabio Vieira. Getting in there to intercept. And a lot to like about this attack. Can he finish? Great defending. Gives it a go. Oh, what a very fine stop to keep them in this.
Well, it's a good save, but time is running out for them here.
Well, not cleared away completely. And you need your defender to take charge. Long way out. Well, taking on that shot and not missing by much.
Well, that would have been an excellent goal, but it means everything is still up for grabs here.
And they've given back possession easily. How can they turn one of these attacks into a goal? Chance to play it in. Really good build-up, but no end product. And there it is, the final win. mental fortitude and technical excellence. Both qualities will be pivotal as this important occasion unfolds. We cannot wait to find out who will prevail. Excitement in the air. Well, just the sort of weather the fans were hoping for this evening. It's absolutely ideal. My name is Derek Ray, and my commentary partner, as usual, is Stuart Robson. And with the game just moments away now, this really ought to be a superb watch. It's Panathinaikos facing Porto.
Well, this should be interesting today. I like the makeup of both teams. They really do have a good balance of attacking and defensive qualities. But the team that has the greater desire will probably come out on top.
So the initial 11 for the home side.
Well, plenty of attacking width in this 4-3-3, but they'll need to get their midfield players to join the centre forward as much as possible. If not, he'll become isolated.
Electing to shoot. What a commitment to defending. Ioannidis. Sound piece of goalkeeping. Delightful pass. And Varela with it. Well, it's such an eye-catching series of passes. Opportunity. It could be up for grabs. And in at the second time of asking. Just what was required. Sverrir Ingi Ingesson. Nemanja Maksimovic. Perfect tackle. Likes to run with the ball at his feet. And a chance to level it. Frantic action from one end to the other. They weren't ahead for long, and this match is level again. Vieira. Mario. Promising pass. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. A move of promise on the flank. So a throw in here. Vieira. Can he find the right pass? Having a shoot. Able to close down the shot. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Can they create something from here? Must take the lead here. Oh, he's been denied. And they remain locked together.
Well, that's a good save, but really he should have scored from there. That's a big chance.
Varela. And it's a quality pass. Well, nicely cut out. Now what can they do with the ball? Promising possession, this. Well, last gasp defending, but brilliant defending. And teammates around him. But a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. And the decision is one of offside here. And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. Oh, good vision, but ably intercepted when it looked as though they might be in. What can they do from here? And a good-looking ball. Danger averted for now. excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Mario. Could be. My goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. An opportunity to forge ahead from this corner situation. Well, perhaps not a high percentage chance for him.
Well, although he was always going to be second to the ball, the defender just about did enough to stop him getting a clean header there.
Really getting stuck in. An attack full of promise. And he's through here. And a goal! In the lead again! Fully deserved! Nemanja Maksimovic. And running it back. Varela. João Mario. And Porto regaining possession. And a creative look about this. Well, they're keeping their opponents moving and guessing. And Varela with it. Will he find the net? Full marks to the keeper.
Well, what a reaction from the goalkeeper. Such a good save in the end.
Well, a short corner here. Wonderful chance. Oh, incredible save. And he snuffed out any sign of danger. The first half here. Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in this second half. Pressure applied, can they make something of it? João Mario. Good looking sequence this. Could play it in, and space available inside. This might be ideal for the counter. Well, unfortunately, it fizzled out in the end. That's a good-looking ball. Oh, brilliant goalkeeping. Might work out. This could be the equaliser. And thwarting his opponent in the nick of time. And clears the danger. There it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Well, a really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. A move of promise on the flank. Well, after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. This man will get most of the plaudits for his contribution up to this point, Stuart.
Well, I thought he had a really effective first half. Not only did he get the goal that gave them the lead, but his general play was really good. He was a constant threat, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the second half.
Nice looking move, this. Really good build-up, but no end product. Trailing, but hope in the form of a corner. It hasn't come to very much. And defensive play to be applauded. Just have to make sure they don't get caught on the counter-attack. That'll be a Porto throw-in. And the challenge apparently was timed perfectly. That's the referee's view. And teammates around him. But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Might be able to set up the chance. They'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one. Pepe. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Ioannidis. Tete. And threading it through. Such a an important goalkeeping intervention under pressure. Moura. Wonderfully weighted pass. And the attempt just wide. So unfortunate. Fotis Ioannidis. A foul it most certainly was. Free kick given. Teammates available. And the textbook interception. Oh, it was a crucial challenge. Increases the advantage to 2. Just what they wanted and just what they deserve. Well, he stopped them in their tracks. Mario. Eustachio.
Well, the crowd are certainly not happy. Their team is being totally outplayed here. They're just being passed around far too easily.
Oh, good vision there. Real chance. And a goal! If there were any remaining doubts, that will settle the issue. Bart Schenkeveld. Well, there to intercept. 5 minutes left. Opportunity here. And collected tidily. He had plenty to think about. Well, quick thinking to win it back. Really well positioned. Well, a swift challenge and a throw-in coming up. And Varela with it. And good use of advantage. The referee allowing play to continue. Promising looking ball. And the keeper grabs it. And so the referee blows for... Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. And good evening on what is a perfect night for football. The floodlights shining down on the players as we speak. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary box, providing expert analysis, is Stuart Robson. And with the game just moments away now, this really ought to be a superb watch. It's Celtic facing Porto.
Well, Derek, when looking forward to this game, you can't help but notice there are some great matchups all over the pitch, particularly in those central areas. Whichever team wins more of those battles will win the game.
Pepe. And here's the starting 11 for Celtic.
Well, it's a back four, a narrow midfield three and a very disconnected front three. But if the midfield players give good support to the central striker, this 4-3-3 system could work really well today.
Nicolas Kuhn. Good tackle, take it away. Now look at this, they might be able to cash in here. And unable to keep possession. Daisen Maeda. Could go ahead. Oh, a save right out of the top drawer. Super stop. Trying to pick out a teammate and dealt with it nicely. And they know they need to stop him. But a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. Plenty of support here. And the referee has given them a corner. Unparted clearance. And what a magical save it was! Can someone get on the end of this? Clearance needed to be better. And the keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. Callum McGregor. Now with Ida. Well, they stopped them in their tracks. Pepe. Well, real difficulty keeping the ball. Steven Eustachio. High quality defending. Nicolas Kuhn. There it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Steven Eustachio. Excellent use of the ball as they make their way forward. Sends it back. No panic, just passing. And he did what he had to do defensively. And the pass deftly cut out. Varela. Very effective pass. Well, the bar can be the goalkeeper's best friend. Well, they survived the attack.
Well, they so nearly took the lead there. They just have to keep creating these opportunities, and I'm sure the goal will come.
Yes, so near indeed, but now they've got to concentrate on keeping their defensive shape. Nice ball to switch the point of attack. Surely! Well, really didn't the goal that confident with regard to the finish?
Well, it's an easy save for the keeper in the end, but that's a big opportunity missed.
Varela. Steven Eustachio. Vieira. Eustachio. Francisco Moura. And a lot to like about this attack. Oh, goodness gracious me! It's a special, special goal from miles out. Conor McGregor. Taylor. Here's McGregor. Reo Hatate. Here's McGregor. Taylor. Conor McGregor. Hatate. Learns to win it back. The first half. So back underway and an intriguing second half in prospect. Taylor. Conor McGregor. Reo Hatate. Well, they want that equaliser, but their passing remains smooth. Well, they were very patient, but they no longer have the ball. Maeda. Now with Ida. Might lead to a chance. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Eustachio. Now what can they do from here? Really good build-up, but no end product. Absolutely superbly. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, he's got to be pleased with his first half performance. He was certainly one of the better players on the pitch.
Showing patience as well as persistence in the build-up. It's a neat move. And successfully cut out. Could be threatening. Now with Ida. Porto doing well to regain possession. Pepe. Well, it's a decent looking attack, this. João Mario. Vieira. Mario. Marcano now. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. No space for them here. But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Eustachio. Well, couldn't bend his run, and the flag went up. And he read it superbly. And moving the ball forward with genuine purpose here. Steven Eustachio. Decent position. Marcano. Fruitful looking attack. And it might be. It's gone in! Well, they're really in the mood here. Can they be stopped? Alistair Johnston. Here's McGregor. Taylor. Now we're inside the final 15 minutes. Not getting anxious when they have the ball. Good movement. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Joao Mario. And support available. Steven Eustachio. Pepe. On the ball back with Celtic now. And Varela with it. Eustachio. Well, that's the sign of a well-organised defence. Adam Ida. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. And it comes down to the final 5 minutes. Eustachio. Francisco Mora. Oh, could be an opportunity here. And a good-looking ball. And the ball sailing over everyone in the centre. And Celtic get the throw-in. Taylor. So 1 minute of stoppage time. That's what the officials have said. Has eyes for goal. And there it is, the final whistle.